Alright, good afternoon everybody, how are we all doing? This is it, the final part of Shadowbringers, and then November Endwalkers, or Endwalker. Let's get this done. Na, 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 na. Rascal outside or something. Right. Meow. Da, da, da. Oh shit. Alrighty. Onto the breach. Good news, Jasix. Thancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back here even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now. Let's see what they have to say. Ah, a welcome party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Alize, Graha and Jasix. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help noticing that we're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Let's quickly check something. All right. I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to appraise Rauban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. And mayhap he would do the same for us. Indeed, it was just as Lee said, worse in fact, devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and Dilla and the third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Van Daniel? Perhaps, or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. Construction is vast and unsettling to behold, like something from a nightmare. According to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Van Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, and be sure to save some for Urianger, which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rauban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requests our presence. And why not leave that to us? We must be wary from your mission. What's going on with my camera? Stream Deck keeps derping the button's just stuck. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keen to get to the bottom of things. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kryle, we need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. If you are curious to know what I will be doing in your absence, let us speak of it another time. At present, Kryle and I have no more than a hypothesis. Tell me now. Tell me now. Boo! Da 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 da. Getting there. There's like 9 quests or something left to do, and then I'm all caught up. I had a look at the quest list yesterday just to know how close I was. There's 1 dungeon. Thankfully it's a dungeon and not like a trial, so I can just crack on to the end. Well, we may safely assume that the Telephoroi are behind the works being carried out on the Imperial Palace. We can only guess at their purpose. Although I was only Revenant's Toll a short while, I did manage to squeeze in a brief drink with Flamin. Spring water only, it being a flying visit. I wonder if there have been any developments regarding the Amaljar abductions. It can be no mere coincidence that the incidents began occurring just as the towers first appeared. The Royal Menagerie is still closed to civilians, and Daniel and his pet certainly left them their mark. One second, just checking to make sure audio and everything's fine. Yep, cool. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our travails in our absence. Heartened I am to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it isn't Alphonor and his merry band. Harenvald, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after the whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elysians are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eyes. It was not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Munbrida towered over me nonetheless. Emet-Selch brings out the best in Alphonor, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here? For Dollar mostly. We need to go over a few things we set out. Set out? Wait. Does this have something to do with the towers? Eh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Adala is going with him, that must mean... My apologies. As Harenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it.
we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
He's Fandaniel. I still hear that name. It's by far the worst character name. Fandaniel. It just doesn't sound threatening at all. I mean, we've seen him now and he's an absolute nut job. But, yeah, the name. Fandaniel.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy.
Wherever.
'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered.
Luna Bahamut. Embatum.
But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses.
Now he sounds fine. When we first met him earlier, he sounded like he was on crack. Proper speedy. A lot of caffeine.
And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. but I am confident in my choice.
What about, the research of Owen, and he managed to make a material that, when worn, would shield you from tempering? We're not going to invest on that, rather than, fair enough, we've found a cure for tempering, but what about a means to protect people? So obviously we're fine because of the echo and the blessing of light, but Ralban and everyone else ain't protected. Looking into this other means of protection may be worthwhile. Hello?
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
You might be, but she isn't.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
I get the feeling she's going to come face to face with Xenos and
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
are we going to be privy to that conversation? If it's small talk you're after, look elsewhere. Nice to see you too, Fadola. Fadola. I accept that numbers can prove a hindrance when infiltrating enemy territory. And only 2? Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolver and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
He's gonna die.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
He's gonna die.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan.
Fandaniel! Just can't take that name serious.
With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
Nothing wrong with the name, it's just... it doesn't fit the character, you know? Fandaniel. I want to destroy everything. Just doesn't have the ring of evil villain.
And you, Fadola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Yep, you're gonna die. Either both of you are gonna die, or one of you.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Fifth bump! Damn it. I hate how slow the screenshot button is.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Ah, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Ah, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Yay!
And And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
You heard him.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Where are Force Shadowbringer? Here be dragons. Okay. Estinian Wormblood. Azure Dragoon. His was another name that featured prominently in the history books, and it would be fascinating to meet the man in the flesh. I get the impression Arenvald is a lot more apprehensive than he lets on. He will have been grateful Alphinaud was there to see him off. So, Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. They're taking the hobbits to Ishgard. Na, 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 na. Assuming we find him, this will be my first encounter with the famous Estinian. And if he's half the man Alphinaud claims, I fully expect to go weak at the knees. Perhaps do a bit of fainting while I'm at it. Ooh. I've only visited Ishgard once before, after the devastation of the 8th Umbral Calamity. See the place in all its in all its original glory is a tantalizing prospect indeed. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, squares and markets, and whatnot. You and Jasix can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later. With or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory. So perhaps you could try the congregation? Sia may well have heard news of our friend's return. Blah, 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 blah. Good evening to you, Warrior Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that he would be attending the meeting in Alamigo. I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do I owe the pleasure of your visit? You seen Estinian anywhere? See. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard, but as I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Bloom, bloom. Blee, 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 blee. Biddy, 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 biddy. So Estinian is every bit as elusive as Urianger suggested. These two have got boners for Estinian.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Hey!
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Sup, Estinian?
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Wrong person! He's making a mistake.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh, just gonna kick him in the junk. Oh, she's not gonna like that.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side. To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
I was half expecting that to kick him in the junk. She doesn't like him anymore. She's not weak at the knees.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I could...
Shit.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Well, you can't have him all to yourself forever.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
Sure you would.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
We have one.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azisla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. Ugh! I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
He's exactly like Alphino probably painted him.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
Back to Azisla. Again. Tiamat summoned Bahamut once before. She may have again, willfully or no. So this is the Delta Quadrant, where countless dragons yet lie imprisoned, with Tiamat among them. Not to complain, but I didn't expect to find myself here again quite so soon. It's been quite some time since last I set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. Don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Jasix is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say it helped that Midgard Summer was there to introduce me. Ah yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonsong War came to a close, I came here to speak with her, a worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she felt for resurrected Bahamut burns on, undimmed. It torments her even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is part of me. I feel his emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. It was the Asians who taught Tiamat the secrets of summoning, even as they supplied the Allagans with the means to capture primals. So much suffering, all of it by design. The Zor Dragoon of history, we were the mortal enemies of the dragons, yet now they would be hard-pressed to find a soul who understood them better. Our grandfather sacrificed everything to protect the realm from Bahamut. We must be prepared to do the same. Righteous indignation. Tiamat awaits this way. Fly me to them. So this is the one of the 7 great worms. Even thus confined, her presence is overwhelming. Resigned to her fate, though she may be, I cannot help but feel that we may be able to help Tiamat, but she only let us. To think that man is responsible for all this, so much else that dragonkind has suffered. Hey Newton, how you doing? My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Shit's hit the fan. Again. Help. Ah, that my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know of none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their soul when first he manifested, and robbed of their will they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Coil of Bahamut. Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of the Ascians. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again you would profane the memory of my beloved and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering.
Now stop sitting here and come and help with in your self-imprisonment.
But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Join us.
Santalan infan antosk. Goes lent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Ale u esk an in. Ale cum ac in.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You would contend with icons. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Snoska dramon kin. Nestra in. Illes I. Nesh an. And ala.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price.
Unnamik, Nalstra ul-an, Antal an, Smon, Tahi-an.
But it is of little matter. For even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb. Not if we have anything to say about it.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Usk she's in.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahan, Seth Son, Kin Bahamut, and
Chance to make amends. To lay Bahamut's memory to rest.
An Sumon, Na An Ingles, Snaloles Dish An, Na Ala An Ul An Sin An, Stan In.
When our own star faced annihilation, Heidelin granted us sanctuary. And now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Heidelin, and to all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. Is that a smile from him or Nidhogg? Is he happy to see sister finally stepping forward? It would seem she still has some pride after all. Let's see if she is as good as her word. It would make up for what she suffered at the hands of men. It won't make up for what she suffered at the hands of men. But if there's a chance we can free her, truly free her, we owe it to her to try. I confess, my heart was in my throat when Estinian thought to berate her, but it appears to have had the desired effect. While Porxies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. He is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject tested thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Algans kept detailed records of all their notable captives. And I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alfredor and Jasix here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you are ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of this star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of brave souls, of braver souls than I am, to make for me. Hello, hi do. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, I could trade tales of over a pot of Tataru's famous tea, and be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water. I think not. You want my tea? 1 million gil. You finished the main story quest? I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes. We are familiar with it. The Aetherchemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Ambroise Rianger and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should the opportunity to test our theory arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visits, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And, armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. Seems worth a try at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. Got an interview on Monday, Lou. Woohoo! Touch wood. It's literally down the road from where I worked previously. To the flagship then. Alize and I shall remain here and attend to necessary preparations. In the event that the spirit vessel fails to work as expected, you know where to find me. Good luck. It is possible the restraints may have mitigated the effects of her tempering. Tiamat has been enthralled to Bahamut for thousands of years. I have clung to her reason, though through it all says a lot for her strength of will. More than a lot. Ah. Ba ba da da. Ba ba da ba 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 ba. So how long did it take you to beat 5.4 and 5.5? Have you all up that late? What time did you start it? Did you do 5.4 and 5.5 together? Since it was like 2 patches split into 2. You'd already... Wait, how long's 5.5 then? It's only 3 quests according to the main story quest listing. How long did it take to finish those 3 quests? It's not very long. I was gonna say. 5.4's got a dungeon. 5.5's only 3 quests. It doesn't have any dungeons or anything in the final patch. Should be just story. Correct? I would rather leave these elegant contraptions to you and Alphinaud. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. It does have a duty at the end. Oh. Is it a trial or a dungeon? Is it the one you can do trust with? Neither? Is it just one of those duty call things? Yeah, right. Aye. But, should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, no less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to the proceeding. Boo-doo-doo-boo-doo. Boo-doo-doo-boo. Boo-doo-doo-boo-boo. Malodorous node. So I need to go get my bike out on the weekend, check it over, make sure it's alright, because it's been sat in my garage pretty much throughout the entire lockdown. It's been took out once or twice just to start the engine to make sure the battery doesn't die. And yeah, and I need to go get myself a new dress suit. The job's casual, but obviously I've got to show up fancy for the interview. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts to retreat to a safe distance. Eddie? Obstreperous node. Data link with Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Where'd be the last one? Clamorous node. Warning. Scheduled Dragon restraint maintenance due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Yeah, well, that person's in the middle of a cutscene there, so I must have to come back. Infernal things. One of them sent a swarm of mechanical vile kin to plague me. I must have angered it. I'm afraid Justinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A node which smelled like burned hair. What? Yes. Chirping Nord, which spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon's restraints. Spontaneously, you see. Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. Which then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed the Nord of which Graha spoke. And it was chirping, you see. Very well. Let's take a closer look. Squadron dungeons by Grand Company are like Trust. Have they improved them in the recent patches, have they? Because you can only do like level 51s originally. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. One never knows when a small portion of royal Allegan blood might come in handy, which is why Grahatia keeps this vessel about his person. New user detected, commencing biometric authentication. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Well, neither of them are going to work. None of them are going to work. Jasix Tholdred. Welcome, Jasix Tholdred. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Oh, never mind. I should have said Alphanor. Or Astinian. Error. Unable to designate restraint of this specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it is asking us for? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. Obsolescence. Obsolete. Inferior. Outdated. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. Can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it's received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating placation protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Yeah, he gave us the option of an interview tomorrow or Monday. I said Monday, so that I didn't say why. I just said Monday because obviously I need to get my bike out, check it over, make sure it's all right, go for a run on it, make sure it's all right. I've got to go get myself a new suit and everything, and probably make a pre-trip to where the interview is located, just so I definitely know where it is. For vengeance! Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Is this the one with the dungeon, or...? Nope, it's the next one. Something tells us this patch content's not going to be as long. I mean, how long have I already been on? Well, I'm halfway through the 5.5 part 1, I should say. And I've been live an hour, 20 minutes. Maybe another 2-3 hours tops. And then we don't know what to play next. I've installed Crisis Remaster rather than the original, because the original was making us install Punk Buster and a load of old outdated software which I didn't want on my laptop. So I went on the Epic Game Store, because the PC version of the remaster is only on the Epic Store. But when I went on, I got it had a 17% discount applied to it already, and then a further coupon code discount which brought it down to £3. So couldn't complain at that. I gave it a quick run and my system was sitting in the lower 80s, similar to Resident Evil, with everything set to very high. Now, target the terminal. Let's see, according to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version, 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Not one. My software version 42.002, of course. Warning, errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years 1 day. That ain't happening. I smell food. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Are there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Won't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use of it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Grahatia once this is over. I smell food! I'm just going to order something, but I think someone's making something. Just a little work, and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allagan Empire, both sides were dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stalked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Well, I mean, he said don't bother, he's a nutcase and he doesn't give a shit about anything, he just wants to see everything killed along with him. Enemy or no, I want to understand him. But did he not tell you that he was beyond reason? If he wishes to die, I say we oblige him. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphanor has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Fandaniel! What's Lou up to now that he's caught up? What you doing? What's the highest eye level now in this? So, the spirit vessel proved useful after all. Excellent. If this Fandaniel truly is without reason or creed, he is no better than a rabid dog. Treat with him if you must, but be ready to do what is necessary. Estinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphanor's absence that he's needed elsewhere? Do you hear? Echoes of truth that ring out clear. Is it true? Well, that's all sounds rather frustrating, but you got there in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavour will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Allow Alpha to disengage the restraints. The restraints ethereal damners. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shrouded my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alec. Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul is to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Jasix, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past. Tell me of Bahamut and the Ascians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. Would that the peace we found in Mercidia could have lasted for eternity, but alas, it was not to be. The Ascians saw to that. In all creation, I know none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alec first came unto Mercidia, into our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the sea. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Rarusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet, as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem, and soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see an end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together, and you and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. Slowly but surely the magic is working. Aided no doubt by the memories you bade her share. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I could feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. And I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require. Careful. I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go. Do it, Angelo!
No! I'm almost there!
Take mine energy.
This is it, Angelo!
Squeeze! Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip growth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
She said it grows weak, not that it's gone. Now, Astinian, tell Alphonor. Answer me this, children of men. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children.
Slosk an ol fol kail an. Slosk saith so.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. Should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
I want to break free. Emet wants to break free.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
I mean, there's a dungeon after this quest, so has it worked? She said it was lessening the effects, but she didn't say it was gone. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better.
Bad news?
Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan.
Okay, maybe next dungeon we're just going to scrap with Bahamut right off the get, but that's not going to be a trial. Any?
He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
The people need me! Why couldn't we get a ride? Thanks. Go bags. Go bags. I'll be fine. Plenty of time to recover on the airship. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first, before we face demands no less. The Flames of War. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Uldar at the Hall of Flames. So I get my first jab next Thursday as well. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. What do I think? What should I play next? Suggestions? Not Neo DLC. As much as I want to, I don't want to. I've got to reinstall that. And, I don't even have me archive of that anymore because again I had to delete everything, which is a shame. But I do want to go back and do it eventually. Kind of miffed that I don't get the complete remaster for the first one for free. I get the second one if I put the disc in. There's an upgrade option, but I don't get the first one even though I own it digitally. First, the spate of abductions, and now an attack on the Amaljar homeland. What do the Telefri aim to achieve with all of this? If you're worried about me, don't be. I've got some rest during the flight, and now I feel ready for anything. As I'm sure you recall, Arenvald and Fordola were bound for Plaghan. I pray they have not come to any harm. A happy coincidence, Kryle and I were in the process of concluding our inquiries when news reached us of Luna Bahamut's return. There is much to discuss, but we'll have to wait. Of the four we face, we know but little. Though time be of the essence, we must not stint in our preparation, lest our haste to fly to the aid of the Amaljar cost us our best chance of victory. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telefri have other plans. Paglethan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at the head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanates would respond. It's good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amaljar. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace, Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such an exigency. Google. I think it's just tingency. Exigency, I was right the first time. An urgent need or demand. He was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favour of intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Paglathan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Luna Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Luna Bahamut, none of the Amaljar show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not one to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may well be that Luna Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him. Jasix and others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. That's why this one's a dungeon and not a trial. Be that as it may, Luna Bahamut remains an incalculable, powerful foe whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe they will fare rather better, assuming that is you are ready to take to the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I meanwhile shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests. Lest we forget, Harad Valds and Fredola are in Paglathan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Airship landing. That's not where I want to go. Da, 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 da. Do, do, do. Lest thou wonder, I have attended to Thancred's ammunition and completed mine own preparations. I trust thou canst say the same of thine. Try as I might, I cannot fathom why the Temperor Telothroi would move to attack the Amaljar. If Van Daniel's objective is death and destruction, one of the city-states would surely have been a better target. No, they have some other agenda. One encompassing the recent abductions, perhaps. Do you think Estinian and Tiamat have already reached Paglathan? Ah, but I should know better than to speculate on the whereabouts of the Azure Dragoon. Forgive me. It is not impossible that the Telothroi redirected some of the troops stationed at the tower to the front lines. If so, this may all turn out to have been to Arenvald and Fodala's benefit. Given what we know, some, or perhaps even all, of the Imperial soldiers may have been tempered. If we could subdue them, we should be able to do something about that. They would still see us as enemies even then. That said, they wouldn't be deaf to reason, which is better than nothing. So, the Telothroi have constructed buildings capable of tempering, and primals which are not. What secrets are they hiding? Greetings. We've been expecting you. But say the word, and we shall depart for Paglathan at once. Who shall we take with us on the adventure? Right, I know not what designs the Telothroi have on Paglathan, but I do know they must be stopped, for the good of the Amaljar and us all. Whatever he's here, whether he's here or not, we can be sure Van Daniel is behind this attack, and that makes me doubly determined to see that it fails. By dealing with the Luna Bahamut and his hordes, so too will we render aid to Arenvald and Fodala. Come, let us go. Grasslands of Paglathan will make for an open battlefield. Many though our enemy are, we will not have to fight against the terrain at least. Like most who have spent time in Uldar, I haven't always seen eye to eye with the Amaljar. But today I will fight side by side with them in common cause, and hope that none of them remember me. The cost of his own life did Master Louisoix strike down the primal Bahamut. Whatever the true nature of this new incarnation, it cannot be suffered to threaten this star. Ooh, who to take?
I stand ever ready.
Yeah, we'll go with this. Aglathan, let's do this. This is a change in music compared to the last two dungeons. Ascian vermin, you shall torment the dear, my children. You shall torment my children no longer. Ooh, this music. We must have faith in Arenvald and Fordola.
There.
Oh, damn. Hello. Is the video and everything alright, guys? We all good? All sing glory be to Garlemald. Help is here. Didn't even notice the second group just showed up. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. Be careful, vigilant, watchful. Thank you, Overduella. Whoa! Good work as always. The kobolds have proven to be staunch allies indeed. Whoa, pretty. Amhaluk. Amaluk. A Mercidian dragon. If it moves, kill it. Transfer the energy to those towers. It was just a quingy thing that I did that. The road that we walk is lost to the flood. The dawn is a breaking, the rage is a flood.
Let's give them a show!
Leave the healing to me. The road that we walk is lost to the clouds. Emet-Selch need all the help he can get. Come on. That's a big treasure chest. Agathon Boots of Fending. $505. Whoop.
What took you
Is that
so
the
long?
Azure Dragoon?
The Amount are in trouble. Let's split up.
One could not ask for more dependable aid. Very well, I should fly to their aid.
Leave the healing to me.
Getting there. After this, it's just a smooth sail to the end. Apart from the duty, like Lou said in the final patch. There's no more dungeons after this one. Just a push to the end. Fort Emmerich, Lucia.
Leave the healing to me.
Target the enemy. Too many NPCs. Keep forgetting to change the target.
You underestimate me.
What's that say? We shall see to the wounded.
Oh, no, you don't.
Fall back. Seems Justinian is good for something after all. As you should well know, have you been ignoring my tales of his exploits? I missed the chest. Let me check. There we are. Every penny counts. My poor child, I shall free from thy pain. Oh, I smell garlic bread. Garlic bread! Guessing it's bolognese night. You would lend us your aid? Then let us crush this accursed... what? Accursed war machine. certainly large and ugly as sin, or mistaking that classic Garlean design. We must hold our ground until their defenses are broken. Prepare to fire. Oh, come on. I should have stayed where I was. I followed everyone else like a numpty. I should have just stayed where I was. I was fine. That really put the shortcut closer. Just run a mile. Right, this time.
Just the beginning. Once the way is clear, strike at the enemy's heart.
Reactive matched. Oh, mod. Whoa, shit! Wasn't paying attention there. Our flames will clear the way. Prepare to strike again.
You underestimate me!
You fought well. Our brethren will hear of your brave deeds. I try to think how we'd have fared without the Amaljar. Hello.
You underestimate me!
Come on. I will call unto my children. The icon waiteth in the heavens. My child shall bear thee to him. Whee! Cool. We have answered Tiamat's call. What did I have set to hide the hood? Oh, well, too late now. Everything run alright, guys? We all good? I like turtles. The character walked to the left on his own there. Good again. Where's my tank? Where is my faithful tank? Can I have a tank? I'd love a tank. Tank. Yeah, Grahatia? Yeah, are you awake now, are you? You woke up. Fuck. The AI just full on went, no. Luna Bahamut. Oh damn, they got each other. Looks like we're gonna have to finish it. Again, it seems to be when I'm interacting with stuff, the character like randomly run to the side. This is not Bahamut, just a poor imitation. Imitation I know, we would be fools to underestimate it. Now it ran to the left there again. I don't know what to call it. I think it's drift with this controller. Apparently the PS5 controllers suffer with the same problem as the Switch controllers do. Oh my god, I'm fighting a primal with my friends. Well, wonders never cease. Oh god, this is familiar. Following these crazy people.
Just the beginning.
Ow! Ow! Oh, Giga Flare.
Leave the healing to me.
Just made that. Oh boy.
Leave the healing to me.
Bye, Luna Bahamut. Piece of piss. Blah, ba, 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 ba. Is the feed alright, guys? We all good? Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. Cool. By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain. As long as I draw breath, never again shall the dragons of Mercidia hearken to the lies of the Asians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Then let us put the past behind us.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Why are you staring at that tower? Sometime earlier inside the Paglathan Tower. Oh shit. Meaty. Squelchy.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Squelch, squelch, squelch.
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
What have you done? Oh shit, I know what's happening here. He's coming! Oh boy. Let me guess. Luna Bahamut.
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
Oh shit, no. While it would be too much to hope that we have seen the last of Van Daniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arenvald's safe return. About that. Though the day is won, thanks to no small part in my valour, the Telephory are far from defeated. Yet be that as it may, 'tis only right that we rejoice in Luna Bahamut's banishment unto the ether. It will take more than a single victory to wash away all the bad blood between Min and Amaljar, but one has to start somewhere. Na, na, na. Hey, Lullaby, how you doing? Tiamat did all she promised. Tiamat did all she promised and more this day, but I doubt she will be satisfied. Nay, she will fight on in defense of her children, wheresoever they may be. From what I could tell, there didn't seem to be many Imperials in the vicinity of the tower. Hopefully, Arenvald and Fadala will have used the opportunity to get in and out undetected. To see the Amaljar fighting alongside us brought to mind the Zun we encountered in the Crystarium. I pray that our peoples could forge bonds as strong as those of our counterparts in the First. When the dust settles. When the night rolls in. I can't get that high. I'll try to be the high part back at it. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from the Fontisserie. Your Grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Paglethan, they came upon 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. Yet to hear a full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, had been wounded and was being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, Your Grace. Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, Your Grace? The wounded scout. How do you know it was him? Eh? Naught save that it is grave. Our urgents tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. All of us go will only get underfoot. Jasix Sistinian, would you mind going after Alphino? He may need some support. From someone other than me. Have you finished all of this, Lullaby? Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what took place in Paglethan. Come on then. Doobie-doop, doobie-doobie-doop. Right. Do 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 do. Nanny? Who am I? I take it Alphino is fond of Arenwald. I know how he feels, but hand-wringing isn't going to help anyone. I'd better have a word. Please tell me something, anything. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Demiliot is attending to him as we speak. If you be so kind as to wait. What did Master Demiliot say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenwald, I was afraid that something like this might happen. Now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you lot'll be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fan Daniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities.
Oh, damn. Luna Garuda, Luna Titan.
For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Paglthan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
There is no reason to linger. I will take my leave. Amidst the great push for peace with the beast tribes, we would do well to remember that old prejudice yet remain. It is a delicate political dance. I do not envy the Sultana her task, nor any alliance leader. Alphanor knows only too well that sacrifices are an unavoidable part of conflict. But knowing something does not change how one feels about it. You yourself have shared adventures with Arenvald, have you not? And I shall say no more. With the secrets of the towers thus laid bare, our duty to prevent further abductions taketh on new import. Fail in this, and our enemy shall punish our negligence with a plague of primals. Even without the threat of tempering to contend with, the Grand Companies have quite a task on their hands. Regardless of Her Grace's protestations to the contrary, it may be best to dispatch a few of our own to assist in the endeavour. Remind me to mention it to Tataru, would you? Well, we have won our first battle against the Telophoroi, and made significant discoveries to boot. The war has scarcely begun. We must steel ourselves for what lies ahead. Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. And that includes you, Alphinaud. Arnvald is in good hands here. Of course. You would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let us retire then, that we might regain our strength in readiness for the coming challenges. And if all are in agreement, then I shall let Kryle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It will be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. Thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss, one in which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not, you will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baltsion woman. If I refuse, she would only pursue me. This is Lord Jacti Arama. And Tataru Lord Jacti. Let's get this over with, shall we? Doesn't matter where he goes, Tataru and Kryle know how to find him. They've snuck something into his armor to keep track of him. It's cool seeing Sprouts here and thinking, boy, you got a long way to go. I've done it twice.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time.
Please have some good news.
Thanks to Arnvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
Hey, here's one link to the next expansion.
"'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
And that's why we gotta go there in the next expansion and convince them otherwise.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Charlian's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Charlian at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, a topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
A long time ago. Near the end of the Dragon Song War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the first, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Kryl, I made inquiries of my own, and as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
She did.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
She used the last of her energy to help spirit away Ardbert and Minfilia to the First.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Charlian, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now, of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number.
Join us! Become a Scion!
And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
Puppy dog eyes.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Bye-bye, Kryl. Good. Nod. What? No nod? What is this madness? You nod to her right now. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, has he found his blade? Holy shit! Has he found enough? Oh, that looks nice.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken.
Huh?
Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
Yeah, I'm right. I know what he's planning. I was right. He's going to try and control Zodiac. Look at the blades to see if any of them stand out.
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Are we going to get to see it? It's not going to let us see it, is it? You son of a scum! Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Thancred's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well then, you lot, more accurately, you won't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange. Baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in, and gladly mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb like poor Arenvald. I wish there was something we could do for him. But we'll have to settle for saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. Wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go and get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. Death Unto Dawn Part 1. 1 to go. And this is only 3 quests, so... If you've need of my lance, I'll be ready. If not, I'll be reserving my strength in preparation for the next battle. But since you're here, I have a question. The Scions are in close contact with the East Nalnar Trading Company of Kugani, yes? I was wondering if they could place an order for some sun-dried squid. I don't seem to be able to find it in these parts. You like sun-dried squid? If I'm to pursue this course, I must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. Though we know not the full extent of the Telephory's schemes, preventing further abductions must take precedent above all else, for therein lieth the key to depriving our enemy of its most potent weapon. It strikes me as odd that rather than marching on one of the city-states, the Telephory have so far made only sporadic attacks. I doubt they'd go to the trouble of putting up all those towers if that was all they had in store for us. The sudden appearance of the towers will surely not have escaped the Forum's notice. I would like to think they would be receptive to Kryle's request for cooperation investigating the matter, but unfortunately their reputation would suggest otherwise. None can deny that Heidland's blessing has been a great boon to our cause, but much remains unknown with regard to her true intentions. Given everything we have learned from our encounter with the Ascians, we must keep our minds open to any and all possibilities. As of the moment, you are under strict orders to get as much rest as possible. After all, we need our men fighting fit when the Telophori rear their ugly heads again. The company we keep. So the next part's just 3 quests, isn't it? Ah, Jasix, you look well. I take it you managed to squeeze in some rest. If you came hoping for tidings from Kryle, I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scrap, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks to no small part in Horia Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks to the beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldar's progress with the Amaljar, Gridania has opened negotiations with the XIV, believe it or not. All of which is obviously very encouraging. With the Telophori still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. I wonder if after the final expansion all of these people are going to be just let go. Because it's obviously we know it's going to be a whole new story, so they're just going to have a whole new cast of people. And where does your character take place in it all? Are they going to do like a time skip where I don't know, maybe your character you take on the role of a new warrior of light? Begging your pardon, but I come bearing an invitation from the Alliance. The council meeting is due to be held in Alamigo, and your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telophori. In concerts with our new allies, the beast tribes have also been invited. It is hoped that they will join us in the fight against our common foe. So the Alliance will bring all the beast tribes into the fold at a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of the negotiations, but may have an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady. And for their part, I am told the beast tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Inform the Alliance that we would be honoured to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Then I will bear your answer thither with all haste. We look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Well, now that we accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and your staller lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it is only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that little endeavour, don't you, Jasix? All present may rightly claim a seat. I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emric will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. Well, those with a mind to hold the fort, get on with holding it. I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? Bye-bye. Don't worry, I have no plans to return to roaming in your absence. I know you'd only chase me if you did. Tataru would. To pull out the Estinian tracker. I shall take this opportunity to gain a better understanding of Sir Estinian. Being Elysian of the like age, it's possible we have interests in common. Mayhap I shall begin to lend him a favourite treatise or two from my collection. Run, Estinian, save yourself! He's talking fancy talk, run! Don't forget to bring me something nice from Alamigo. I got the world to save, lady. Blip, 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 blip. Like the city-states, every beast tribe has its factions, each with their own agenda. Making peace is a complex proposition, but if the Alliance can come to an understanding with their leaders, it will be for them to resolve internal politics. Emet-Selch cannot be the only tribe to have been targeted by the Telophri, and none of them will have taken kindly to having their people enslaved, nor their gods turned against them. Huh, I suppose I am. And the fact that our wait, what? Oh, I'm guessing someone else is speaking to you there. I suppose I am, and the fact that our cure for tempering made it possible only heightens my anticipation. Guessing Alize was speaking to him? Yeah. Honestly, the look on your face, eager to bear witness to another historic moment by any chance. He loves adventure, man. Let him be. Even with the swift investigation of the Immortal Flames, all too many lost their lives at Paglithan. Still, closer cooperation between our peoples will be required if we are to thwart the plans of the Telophri. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance leaders are all present. Shall I show you in? Hey! Damn, that's a lot of peeps.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay! Freed our people must be!
God, you're loud.
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Yeah, peace. Peace, man. Peace in our time.
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
You hear that rattle in the back there?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome.
Of how all the humans got a seat and they're having to stand up. Racist. Speciest. Nanny.
I beg your pardon?
Nanamore's face. Nanamore's face. You know, have you ever seen that that meme, the monkey, where it's like looking to the side? That's what that is. Look at that face.
What is it, Soulwalker? Do you not express your passion thus?
No, not like that.
A little pretty without deals, perhaps? Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We, Sahagin, will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall!
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise be!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We, Amalja, would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
It's beautiful. Peace.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
Penis! I would call it... One moment, please. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea.
But that's the name I...
Yoink!
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
He's got kickers in the jug. How dare you steal my name? pity it took the threat of annihilation for everyone to cast their grievances aside. But better late than never, I suppose. Forgive me for observing, but Alphonor seemed less than jubilant. Might his thoughts still be occupied by the fate of poor Arenvald? The Grand Company of Eorzea, and what Real and the other former Crystal Braves will make of it. We have won over the leaders. Now the leaders must win over their own people. Well, small talk. Task, I grant you. But we have come a long way since first we joined with Minfilia to bring an end to summoning. A long, long, long way. Well, now that we are out of earshot of the other delegates, I hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened as anyone to see the people of Eorzea pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was the conflict to come, of the sacrifices that would be made, and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. Formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step of many. Many and more. Elder Seedseer, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphnor's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbours, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade. The better to predict the coming of primals, and so you will be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ashcrown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the Sylph's established line of communication to coordinate the effort of our new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between a trade consortium and a grand company. If the Sylphs are to perform their tasks effectively, they will require the counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphonor. I know that it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. My plans all came to naught, built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals. The Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to see this new endeavour suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you. Not at all. You may count on my assistance for what little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report, including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I have learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphonor, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance, and the earnest effort of every goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadows of Telophori and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I should like to hear. All my braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? As if you have to ask. Thank you. As someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours would be a reassuring presence. I'll join you if you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades. It will be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. And mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. You should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. I take it we will soon be paying the Sylphs a visit. How fascinating it will be to speak with them in person. Well, I gather conversation can prove rather challenging. You gotta dance. Right, yes, better put on a dance. It will not be easy to revisit the past, but sometimes one must look back to see the way forward. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after the fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone. Its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to be the crucial question. Namely, why, after the Crystal Braves disbanded, some members choose to remain with us, while others did not. I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together? And that this knowledge might help to prevent from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That is my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept faith. A fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I've a mind to begin by speaking with Viol and Alian. If memory serves, the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Orange. Let us seek them out there. 2 quests to go. I wonder how much money they made from this mount. Considering it costs nearly the price of a game. How much are they made off of it? Da, 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 da. Now, such briefings are seldom exciting affairs. The importance in coordinating our efforts with our allies cannot be overstated. In that regard, Alien Riol has been most dependable. Well, look who it is. What brings you two here? Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking. I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As we all will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that had happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I've always felt the Scions had something in common with my old crew. The duty of the strong is to protect the weak. That was our creed, and I still strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes. From Hori Balder to Mistress Tataru, we've all of us got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there is more important things than that. Things worth protecting, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Jasix. Could you... Why do you think the Crystal Braves ended in failure? Well, its founding ideals were something to be proud of. but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up with good intentions, there was another who was only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band. And while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. They might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Tataru sifted out all the glory. Yeah, Tataru. The glory hunters, while they made it through the door. Exactly! Tataru is the glue that binds us. I see. So while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. 2 quests to go. After the company of heroes went their separate ways, I did try working on my own for a bit. And I'll admit, it was nice being able to pick my own battles. But if you want to make a real difference, you need to find a good crew and stick with it. Speaking of former Crystal Braves, I've not seen Agmas of late. Constantly always on missions as he is. I wonder how he fares. On official business. Well, I think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I am conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let us make our way to Gridania and hear what the others have learned. To Gridania! Look at this sprout, he's just starting out. Look at him! He's just attuned to his first crystal. Man to be enjoying the story from blank. You've got a lot of fun times ahead, man. Godspeed. On the way here, I took the opportunity to write up my notes from our conversation with Alianne and Riol. All that remains is to add Alize and Graha's findings, whatever they may be. While Alize set her mind on something, there's no stopping her, and her mind was truly set on finding former Braves. For a while, I even feared that she might do what she might do to them. But in the event, she was admirably civil, for the most part. Thanks to Tataru's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former Braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of their comments were harsh. I can well imagine. But their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Very well, here's a bag of shit handed by one of them. I hope that sums it up. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go on ahead, little Solace, and seek out Elder Firaxio. I will join you anon. Leave me to attend my report and join the others in Little Solace. I shan't keep you waiting long. I know how playful the sylphs can be. Better make Graha dance. If they don't make him dance, it's bullshit. And he better do it all wide-eyed and happy. Oh, I had the honour of sharing a table with Elder Firaxio in Alamigo. I did not have the opportunity to speak with him. I do hope my studies have granted me a sufficient grasp of his people's customs. Now that I think about it, of the four of us, only you and Alphonor have any real experience in conversing with sylphs. Still, can't be that hard, can it? Oh boy, you two are in for a treat. Dance! Dance! See, my character turned the left there all on its own. Keeps doing that. Ah, welcome, brave ones, and friends of brave ones. How good it is to see walking once again so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, no, be at ease. It is true that these ones delight in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one, Kani Senna, said that walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invited Sylphlands and abducted... Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones. So these ones will be glad to bear message between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophori. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one. And in quite a hurry, it seems. Alicia, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No. A twin Ada officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Charlian has sent an envoy who is due to arrive in Gudardian any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kryl has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seedseer. It's Daddy! Really? I can see why they might want scions to be present, but us specifically? Wait, it isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself when I inquired as to the envoy's identity. I was told that it was one Forchenault Leveleur. Forchenault. What? Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprising enough, but him? Right. I gleaned from this that they are taking the matter seriously. Oh? Oh? What's the oh? What may it be? Why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It has been some time since you saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Phyrexia, loath though I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gudania. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind. There will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones for more urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand, where the Elder Seedseer awaits us even now. Let us be on our way. Did it again. It's only a little step. My character doesn't bolt off in one direction. It's just always a little side step to the left. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seedseer and your friends are waiting within. During my time in Charlian, I heard much of Forchenot Leveleur. He is a gifted speaker, known amongst other things for the uncompromising application of foreign policy. 99 may seem like rather a lot of members. Before the Forum was founded, every person of age in Charlian was given equal say in its governance. Many of the institutions that are still active today were established by the people's vote, not least the Studium. As Alizé and I were constantly reminded during our time there, it is an example of what can be achieved through absolute democracy. After all this time away, it would be good to see my father, even if it is at an official meeting. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Leveleur's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kryl permission to request Charlian aid, we did not anticipate as prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover. Daddy!
Elder Seedseer, I thank you for granting me this audience.
That voice.
I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
That's a gruff voice. I like.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals.
And he would always hang around at the waterfall area here in Gridania.
Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
Connie Senna's voice has changed. Quite a few voice actors being changed in this last patch. Will they be changed again in the Endwalkers? Find out. Big voice actor roulette over at Squeenix. Who's next? Who's going to play this role? Ah, sorry, your role's done. Bye. Next.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
Yay. She came all this way just to say
chart
that.
the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
And that's why we're going to have to go to Sharlayan and convince them otherwise in Endwalker.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
Say that when everything goes boom, and you along with it. Fucking moron.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Wow, so Sharlayans are a bunch of idiots in reality. Completely oblivious to the fucking Ascians and that. Yet that one of their one fucking islands was just obliterated by them.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, But if you imagine the Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye.
Take him on a fucking walk across the country. Let him see the towers. Let him see the primals that have just been summoned. And if he still says otherwise, then give him a swift kick in the net.
If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice?
The Sharlayans are living in the past.
It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Better to fight and fail than wait for the axe to fall. Actually, I prefer the middle one. To ignore the plight of those who one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better.
Wow, what a dick. He just didn't even acknowledge us. Just gave us one quick look and then just... Anyway.
By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What? He's disowning them. Fuck me, this guy's a scumbag.
What?
Father! How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau.
What a prick.
While Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Wow, so he just doesn't even want to speak to her. He's just a blind, ignorant scumbag. Set in the old ways.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
Just let him go. He's trash. He's trash. He's not worth your time. You've got plenty of other people around here that support you. Fuck him, prick. was not so very long ago that we had a friend and neighbour in Charlian, and so I clung to the hope that she might yet lend us her strength. But when she forsook Divania, it would seem she forsook us all. In order to avoid conflict with Garlemald, the Forum went so far as to order the abandonment of an entire city-state. Their refusal to aid us now is, I'm sorry to say, entirely consistent with their historic position. Yeah, they abandoned that entire city and the Gobbies took over it. Idleshire. It is we who walk the path of ruin. Time will tell. So that's what he came here to say? That we're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi? And as for the rest, like it or not, this is what the Forum's this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little. For it is not only Master Levelier, I refuse to try and say that name, Fortunate, who must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. Nor is it like to be changed. And so we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but if they had no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep their counsel as they are wont to do? Exactly, why go through all the trouble of sending someone, especially someone who's apparently in high regard? Couldn't just purely because his daughter and son are here. Jasix, has Master Fortunat arrived yet? You mean that dick? Yeah. Then it is as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could. They flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? That might go some way to explain Master Fortunat's performance. When he said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. What if they genuinely believed that they know how the world will end and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know. Something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I would very much like to delve deep into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, research and Hydaelyn in the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. And the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife's edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Please do. Excellent. Obviously, keeping the Telophoroi at bay must take precedent, but with luck, you'll be able to make the journey to Sharlayan ere long. In November! It may take a while to secure entry for you all, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you? Speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them to a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request of aid, and it falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? Ah, no money? Giving it poopy food? Which one sells the most? Oh, well, the market prohibited. Last quest. With their knowledge, Sharlayan could have done so much for the cause. They could have helped us to uncover the secrets of the towers and save the tempered captives within, and yet... God damn it. Throughout my childhood, I remembered grandfather arguing with my father over Sharlayan policy of non-intervention, and this time it was my turn to play the role. But if even my grandfather could not win him over, what chance had I? If words exist that may sway him, I know not what they are. The Forum includes representatives from all of Sharlayan's central institutions. With them hindering Kryle's investigation, she will struggle to make any headway on her own. Death unto dawn. They're all looking up. I wonder what they're looking at. Maybe the moon? While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking once. Grave tidings. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones who went to see feathered ones send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelfatol. Destroying ones and captured ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feathered ones did stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes. Much too late. But luckily destroying ones were only passing through, and continued on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That could be Coerthus. Back to where it all began. And ended. And began. And ended. And began. No, it's the Battle of Cartno, isn't it? I think of the wrong. No, yes, no. My lady, the Ishgardians report that the Tlothroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Coerthas and are marching at speed. Well, their purpose is yet to be determined. The Cartno Flats seem to be their most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eos yet to prove its worth. But the Selfs haven't been trained yet. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let us make haste to the Cartno. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Fan Daniel. Fan Daniel. Fan Daniel. Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cardinal. Pray, see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. Let us away. The airship will be ready to depart ere long. I bid you make for the landing as soon as you are able, and may the 12 keep you. $1. And again, my character, he did it twice there. What is causing that? Right. Come on. This will only take a moment, alright? Jasix Simfadala has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me. Annie? He's up and about. Arnvald. Is he in a wheelchair?
Arenvald! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
He's in a wheelchair. He's not speaking.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
He's in a wheelchair.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The chirurgeons say I may never walk again.
It's a big-ass cast.
Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide.
But I am a hero. I'll have you know.
Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Some things may have changed, but the adventure isn't over yet.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through.
Gotta believe.
That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought.
This isn't going to be Heaven's Word all over again, is it? Where the whole of the Endwalker is him just whinging. We get it. Shit sucks. Don't go back to being that guy.
But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be.
Take it. Step forward. You are not alone.
To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
Fedora likes him.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
Oh.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Get some Magitech legs. Yeah. Go to see Sid. He'll fashion you some legs. After Paglathan, I had assumed the Telophroi would continue to target the settlements. It's plain they considered Zelfatol a mere obstacle on the road to Gardno. What then draws them to the flats? We must keep a close eye on their movements. I'd rather doubt that Fedora obtained the Chirurgeon's permission before bringing Arenvald halfway across the realm. This is the last bit, isn't it, Lou? Is this the final bit? And solely to deliver a message at that. We should both have known better. But what's done is done. And I will not soon forget his words. You could tell me later what that was all about. Judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communication officer, Maljar and Kobold forces are also bound for Gardno as we speak. They mean to keep the promise they made in Alamigo. But we must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. What song plays on this last bit, Lou? I hope they haven't gone with a stupid tone from heaven. I'm sick of that song getting flagged on YouTube. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Upon joining the battle at Gardno, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to participate in the battle and view these scenes in their entirety. Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points in the event that you are defeated. Okay. You will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Is this a long fight? Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, this progress will be lost. What?
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlian, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
What? Stop itching. Listen well, friends. The Telophoroi are sweeping across Cartnor. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. He's likely intended to watch the events from afar. Thus far, his movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict. Even when poised for an ambush of troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi plans may be, the primals are our primary target. Understood. They will not elude the Scions for long. We cannot allow ourselves to be stalled here. So they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I will keep them occupied. The rest of you seek out the primals. Let us divide our forces that we may locate the primals more swiftly. Thancred, Y'shtola, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate my efforts on the Tempered. With luck, I should have a chance to cure some of them. Then I'll go west. Jasix, Alphino, come with me. This way. Let's get moving. I do not see any primals. Something's not right. Ah, the Scions spread out across the field. Alizé and Gratia take the fight to the Telephroi. Or as. Wish that part was voiced. That'd be helpful. Let me guess, I'm playing as Alizé now. I thought so. There are so many of them. I won't be curing anyone at this rate. I'll have to incapacitate them.
Allow me.
The tempering has gone too far to treat them here on the battlefield. With the degree of physical alteration, I fear they are beyond help. Imperials, I know I hate to see them in such pain. We must see that their suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you. It seems we've earned a moment's respite. Let us take this opportunity to cure the tempered. With me, Alizé. We need healers quickly. Okay, what am I doing? How do I... Oh, there we go. Got it. Oh shit.
He's not going to target Alizé, is he? Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. How worried should we be? Listen well, and judge but for yourselves. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of the Cardinal. But now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like to the pillars of Azim's step, but greater in scale, far greater. The glyphs that Van Daniel has conjured reach into its very midst. And I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. Blech. The resulting disruption of the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Who we're playing as now? Luna Orton! Is that Orton? So the time has come to pit Blade against his. Follow my lead. Can't move. Leave the chains to me, Urianger.
I shall protect thee.
It's your turn to act as shield. I don't like that they're not in my party list, so I can't just simply up and down to them.
My turn!
May the 12 guide you.
Not bode well. We must brace ourselves. You take the piss. What was putting me off there is how much of a pain in the arse it is to target me party members to heal them. Resume from midway.
I shall protect thee.
My turn!
May the 12 guide you.
Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense!
Orden is preparing to strike again. Stay out of his reach. Guard and confidence comes first. He yet stands, a glutton for punishment, it would seem. In which case, I'd be glad to oblige you. Whew. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alize prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. Oh, damn, yes. Na, 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 na. Rend. Lead. Let loose the dogs of war. Na, 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 na. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent by all accounts. But so are we. Right. Ah. Na 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 na. So it falls to us to protect the confluence from this fiend. Like moths to a flame, we have to keep them from the confluence. I'm going to quickly cast break. A quick cast of break should they buy us some time.
I have you now.
Okay. I didn't know what break was. The targeting is really screwing us over with this pod. Since it's not partying up the members. Because obviously I'm playing with controller. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alizé prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravan. Okay, which one's break? Break. Prevents spell casting, movement, and other activity of all nearby enemy. Right. Ha! Ha!
I have you now. That was a little close for comfort, but now's our chance.
At least they're all getting a taste of what I went through. He's gathering energy. Grah, try to stop them with break. I have a way to break his defenses, but I'll need to keep him occupied. Let's hope break works as intended. Hurry up! Alright, I'm ready. It's now or never. That one was a pain in the butt. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphinaud and Istinian, resolved to lay Luna Ifrit low. Oh, this terrain's different. What about Luna Garuda? Oh, what a wonderful phrase. Luna Garuda. Luna Ifrit. The one Arenvald and Verdola encountered. Let's kick his ass. This one's not to be taken lightly. Be on your guard. Why am I tank? Help! Whatever these are, they brought ill for us. Smash them to pieces before it's too late.
You're finished!
They're going to heal the thing, you know, that would be helpful. A lot of reliving moments in this patch quest lines. Part where Elizabeth's maid will relive more of them. Our force seeks to destroy the Confederates, and us along with it. So it's come to this.
Roar, Nidhogg! Roar! I have you now!
Help! Alphanor, heal things. It's time we end this. Come on! Take easy! My face is going ham! Woo. Next! Do 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 do. Also, where's the experimental Ultima?
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Where? So maybe we're not fighting the other ones. Was it just them?
Glory be to Garlemore.
I thought he was going to punch him there.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Is that the end of the duty, Lou? I remember it saying duty complete.
I should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Now you're getting it. To the very end.
To the very end.
Hello. The road that we walk is lost to the flood. Skip. As much as I'd like to listen to it. You should have seen my face when Lord Emmerich turned up on our doorstep. Did none of you think to send word he was bringing you home? At the close of the battle, when the clouds parted and the moon shone down on us all, cannot well express how I felt. Somehow it seemed more a beginning than an ending. The beginning of the end. The Tempest that we were able to treat will be taken to the city-states for observation. As soon as the Alliance is satisfied that they are fully recovered, they will be free to return home. Many though the enemies were, their numbers consisted largely of tempered beastmen, with a few lunar primals to keep them things interesting. The Guardians themselves ventured little and lost less. It has ever been the Empire's way to have others fight their battles, but even they would brush at the Telophori's use of tempered slaves. It was decent of Lord Emmerich to bear us home aboard his airship. Gods only know how we would have squeezed this many people onto the Bonanza. The Garden Flats seemed fated to play a prominent role in the history of the realm, do they not? I wonder, might the abundance of ether that flowed through the region have led the Allegans to entomb Omega there? I will recommend that the Alliance keep a closer watch over Cardno. The Telophoroi may have failed in their attempt to destroy the confluence this time, but there is naught to stop them trying again. Throughout the battle, I could not shake the feeling that all present were performing to the amusement of Fan Daniel. Nor did his blithe reaction to this latest defeat give me cause to think otherwise. I can only conclude that such failures are of little consequence to his broader scheme, whatever it may be. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable ride aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you wonder, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich. May I say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since he took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. I merely grew weary of wandering the far east. Returning to the more serious matters, when the Telophoroi have been driven from Cardno, it's like that the bulk of their force yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. Sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the fields of aetherology, we are better qualified to find the solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There is a time and place for formal investigations, of course. Certain secrets are one to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to the task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. We look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray, do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess, I had hoped to be able to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophoroi's plans. If if we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. I guarantee it's got something to do with that Ultima weapon they were messing with, like that test build. There's going to be like a Omega Ultima or something. Thus the primals. Should we succeed neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telephroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of the chaos will come for us, for you. Yet in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphinaud, we need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telephroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunalt's performance at the Lotus Stands was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do heartily agree. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answer we seek on the matters of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go. Here or there my lance will be ready. And what of you, Jasix? Might you be persuaded to join us? An island of bookworms and bureaucrats. Have we got no other choice? Plot a course for Sharlayan. Here, here. It's time we laid bare the Telephoi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. And that's the last time we'll hear that quest complete sound. You have learned the emote shush. What? But why? Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital. But yeah, that's the last time we'll hear that quest complete sound. Unless we do like side quests and raids and that. Oh, look. So, oh man, it's going to be a clash of scythes. Me and him. Mano and mano. Reaper versus Reaper.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already.
Me and Xenos. Like that. With great minds.
My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
Dreamer?
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
What is that? Gateway
The
of the
time
gods.
has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
What's that? What was that? What's that? Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, there's only room for one Reaper. But he's harvesting souls, apparently. So I'm guessing that's a
As
key
I
thing
thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
with the Reaper.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
He's bleeding all the world dry. Similar to the burn.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
Idling.
Hear me.
Whoa!
Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Wow, she came to her in person this time.
Everything all right back there?
At solemn dawn grim purpose shines, in gaze cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end. What did it say that at the end? God damn it. Betides? Okay. That's it. To be continued. No more until November. There's the raids and everything to be done. Story content, that is the end. After the end of the Dragonsong War, I spent many a moon roaming Kugani, Radhan, even Garlemald, but never Sharlayan. In all honesty, a nation populated entirely of by-bookish types like Alphinaud is not a place that appeals to me. Not only do the members of the Forum intend to adhere to their long-standing policy of non-intervention, they made a point of sending Master Borchenald here to explicitly state that fact. Rather than simply refusing to involve themselves in our affairs, it would appear they were actively trying to prevent us from meddling in theirs. That does, of course, make Kryle's mission of securing our entry into Sharlayan nigh on impossible, but I'm confident she will find a way regardless. Those who brought within close proximity of the towers are tempered into serving Garlemald, then forced to summon lunar primals with ether drawn from the land. But even having understood this, we are yet to uncover what the Telophoroi wish to achieve by all this. The towers purely for strategic advantage. Are the towers purely for strategic advantage, or do they serve some other purpose? Well, I mean, the moon's turned red. Oh, shit. Whatever it is my father and the Forum are hiding, I'm determined to get to the bottom of it. I've received word that Arenvald is back at the Ponticerary. As much as I would like to visit him, I shall wait until there is good news to share. Last time we met, it was strange that he should be the one to try to cheer me up. In spite of everything that has befallen him, still, I was glad the chance to meet with him, and his words continue to be a source of encouragement. When Arenval tried to free the Awaljar held in the tower, it triggered some sort of alarm, and the captives were killed instantly. As such, we have no choice but to leave them in the clutches of the Telophoroi until a means of rescuing them has been found. In the meantime, the summoning of lunar primals will continue, just as we must rely on the Grand Company of Eorzea to put down such entities and prevent any further abductions. So too do they rely on us to come through with our investigation. Much and more have we discovered of the Telophoroi's machinations since Thancred and I did return to Garlemald. Verily, their troops doth appear to have been tempered in much the same manner as those engaged in the construction of the towering edifice in the capital. I have a feeling the journey to Sharlayan is going to be quite a test of your nerves, in more ways than one. You'll miss this place while you're away, I just know it. But for now, the best thing you can do is get plenty of rest while we wait to hear from Kryle. That's it. All done. GG. That is the end. With that, we are done for tonight. I shall sit and look through my games and decide what to play next. But that is the end of Death Unto Dawn. And all patch content for Shadowbringers. This is the last time we'll see this title screen. Goodbye, title screen. Again, unless I log in and do the raids and that. I probably will before the game launches. I'll get the raids and that done. So I've got the story of them. But yeah, I'm all caught up. All done. Nothing to do but to call that there for tonight. If you're new to the channel, guys, as always, feel free to that follow button. Scroll down, you find a link to my Twitter and YouTube. All VODs, all 60 of them. This is now the 60th of Final 14, not including the like 200 plus that I had prior when I had to delete all of my previous playthrough all the way to the end of Shadowbringers. And then I did like a New Game Plus and made another 50 VODs to replace those that I lost. So yeah, all 60 VODs of this over on YouTube. Well, the 60th will be available tomorrow once it's finished processing this. Anyway, thanks for watching, guys. Hope you've enjoyed it. And we'll be back with more Final 14 in November, or when I decide to do the raids. Until then, I'm going to have a look at what games to play next. Got plenty to pick from. Thanks for watching, guys. Have a good night, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Peace.